2025. And that theme is Windrush, what's next? And the reason why we set that theme is that we want to identify a couple of things that came out of the pre-election and out of the election after Labour took power. So you will probably have read that the government have said publicly that they want a fundamental reset to Windrush. So we need to understand what that means. And when will we see tangible evidence of a reset? They've also stated publicly, and when we met in October in Brixton with the Home Secretary, that most of the action will come after the appointment of the public commissioner, the Windrush Commission. As you know, that post has been advertised, and the minister is expecting that post to be functional by summer. That's what she wrote back to me, give me that date. That is Minister Seaman. It was expected in spring, but it has moved to summer. So come summer 2025, we will have a Windrush Commission. Part of our program tonight is to talk about what we expect from that commissioner. And will that commissioner have the authority and the teeth to actually bring about radical changes? Now, this is in line with the fundamental reset that the Home Secretary have stated publicly. So we will hold the government to account to make those promises good. And when we met in October in Brixton, a number of organizations raised a number of issues about the Windrush compensations. Among this issue, can you remove the Windrush compensation scheme from the Home Office? And we had a definitive response. And that response says this: no, I don't think we will achieve much by doing so, because I want to bring about changes fairly quickly. And moving it from the Home Office is going to take too long for systems to be set. And we agree with that argument. So we say, fine, we hold you to that. Yeah. However, further question about these issues relating to the scheme, how long cases to be assessed, the difficulty that individuals have with the application process, all of that was raised with the Home Secretary. And what she's saying, the commissioner, when appointed, will have the responsibility to bring about those changes. And before Labour took power, I was communicating with Yvette Cooper about issues with the Windrush scheme. When the manifesto was launched by Action for Race Equality, I sent her a copy so she knew what was the arcs of the community. So she had a copy. We don't want to lose the manifesto because it's a very important document that set out what Windrush people would like the new government to address. It's all set out in that document. If you haven't got a copy of that document, just visit actionforraceequality.org and you will see that document live. I brought your tonight. That document is very important. A number of organizations contribute to that document. And if we can push the government or the commissioner to deliver what that document set out, we would have made some real progress. So let's try to do it. Just come in. So having set the scene for our conversation this afternoon, we want to bear in mind that we're moving into a strategic position, going to the top of government to get the change. But it's important for the victim to actually come forward and support the work we're doing, but also, importantly, to come forward and make application to the Windrush scheme, either for status or for compensation. Because here's the thing, if we're not getting enough people to come forward, the government could say, well, nobody is responding. At the moment, there is no date for the scheme to be curtailed. But who knows, in 1 or 2 years, they may think that is the case because people are not coming forward. So the work that Justice and Windrush Generation been doing is going out and make sure people are aware of the Windrush compensation schemes. There is a lot of misunderstanding out there about Windrush. While I was sitting in Parliament this afternoon, I was speaking to a couple of people who live in Brixton, and he told me about his 85-year-old father. And he said, "You don't understand Windrush." I said, "You're not alone. Many don't." And I gave him the example, Africans do not understand Windrush. Asians do not understand Windrush. And sadly, some Caribbean do not understand Windrush. So we want to make sure the information that we're putting out is correct, and then we can direct people where they can get further information. And most importantly, where they can get help with the application process. Because it is not an easy journey to navigate through the application process. And even those who've got experience in law find it very challenging. One of the arcs in the manifesto is about this scheme being legally aided. Because if we achieve that, we don't need to worry about filling in forms, that information. We just talk directly to the lawyer. So it's important that for those people who are not able to join us today, we take something back to our community and to our organization as to how they can get help and support. So that is a form of introduction to our session. we have a running order and a set. Is, is, are we sure Linda is coming in person? Did she say otherwise? Okay. Okay. Now, Tara mentioned the MP that sponsored this event cannot be present, but I've had conversation with him prior to this event 2 weeks ago. And he's very interested with what we're doing. What he has done, he has circulated this information to the entire population of the MP. When I saw the email thing, there's hundreds of emails that's been sent to MP telling them what's happening. And because after this one, our next event will be May. So March, miss a month, bi-monthly. I'll wait for Glenda just to check if she's coming in person or not. Otherwise, we can pick from, yeah. So would it be better to have the room done on the screen? Yeah, I thought that was the idea. Yeah, 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 because that we can see what's happening there. The most important thing, once they can hear, the audio is very important. Remove the camera. Yeah. Okay. So we have representation from AIDS UK in the room. We have representation from Windrush Justice in the room. And remind me of your organization.
So my name is Glenn Livingston. Organization Make More.
Make More.
We basically
yes. So you're doing a lot of advocacy work. Thank you. Right. My good colleague here, Judy, Judy, I think it's good to let people know the work you're doing in Sussex, as well as the other work you're doing with GAC. So Judy Richard, been working in race equality work for a number of years. She will tell you where she's located. Go on, Judy.
I'm wearing a different hat, so I'm having to switch.
Yeah. Well, you're going to give two hats tonight.
Okay. I'm project manager at the Sussex Racial Equality Action Programme. I sit on the management committee of the local BME Resource Centre, which we own outright, where most BME centres are rented. Sorry, I drove up from London late last night. Sorry, not prepared for this. We don't have much evidence of Windrush cases in Sussex. What we're hearing is anecdotal evidence that people know of people, that they're so scared that they won't come forward, and they've been hiding under the radar for so long, they think they continue doing that. So we've had a number of meetings that we've organised to raise the issues. We don't know who's actually really suffering from this and where they're getting their advice from at the moment. So we have the centre, which has a number of different activities that go on during the course of the week, so we can raise issues there. If people aren't using the centre, they may not pick up on it, so it's then word of mouth. We don't know what's happening across Sussex, basically. But one of the things the centre is doing, we've just got funding for a number of different projects that will mean we're working across Sussex. So what I can do is actually get them to talk about Windrush and raise the issue, encourage people to come forward and at least share the information so people are aware of it. So we can talk about how we go about doing it.
Yes, so that's one hat. Second hat?
One. I am female co-chair of Global African Congress, which is an international reparations organisation formed in 2002 after the UN World Conference Against Racism. So we've been around a lot longer than most reparations organisations. We've just had our family gathering, annual general meeting as such in Zanzibar last October, and we're busy refreshing and setting up chapters across the world. So the UK chapter was formed in 2002. I'm one of the Pan-African political officers of that and a former co-chair. So if you want to ask me about reparations, you can ask me about reparations.
Yeah, that's great, Judith. Thank you for that. So just to let you know the fact that all of us are involved. All of us are involved in a number of different projects, but still, social justice is a big driver in everything we do. And just to say, Global African Congress, we were supporting those initiatives even before we started the Windrush rally campaign. They've been doing annual rallies for a number of years. So that format was established many years ago. This is our third year of Windrush rally, third year, 5 months. Many of us, like myself, was involved right at the start of this scandal in 2018 when it broke. An organization had to come together to respond. So that's the back. Liz, please.
Hi, my name's David. I just wanted to share two things that come to mind about what next. We talk about the lessons people applying to the scheme, and we all have less shoe leather because we're activists that go around trying to help people develop the scheme. But still being very told, why isn't the government? We've got sympathetic MPs, we've got a Home Secretary that says something, and you guys are meeting with them regularly down to. But you know, the other day we had David Lamy talking about the tragedy in Ukraine, and he talked about Rwanda, Congo, the Arctic tragedy. We need the Home Office minister to come on the telly and do an advert basically for the there's no point in them saying the money's there. We have to go look for it. It's not a business. This is something that all of our lives have been impacted by. And you know, the threat of it might run out or it might not be there is unacceptable. We can't have it. So we need to be at a situation where, so I haven't finished. And the other, so the government, we've got all these MPs who were here a month ago, possibly, and all of these MPs are saying, I'm sorry, I forgot about the thing. Sorry, Zoom. I'll repeat it. And we've got all these MPs that are sympathetic because their clinics are being filled with people coming to them, asking for all the help that we are as advocates giving the community. They're not equipped to do it. Most of them don't understand it either, the MPs. But they aren't sitting together and forming a Windrush support group, which is what we need. So I would propose that we speak to the group of Socialist Labour Party MPs, because most of them are sympathetic to the guy that represents, that holds these meetings, Barry Gardner, Diane Abbott, Corbyn, they all come to our events, Bergen, they all come to these events. They're all telling us they've got all these flurry of people needing that support, but they're not talking to each other, so they don't know what claimants are coming to each other, and they're not working in the United Front. And the second thing is that the Home Office again is getting all of us to do their work for them. when it should be. The key to the scandal is the fact that none of us were told that our status had changed. When I left the last meeting, the taxi driver that took us heard us talking about the event, the 1st of March, Justice Windrush just really kindly came and helped us set up a group in Brent, which is like Hulls and Wembley. And the taxi driver was hearing all of this. He's Somali, born in Germany, but so he's a European. All the Europeans that came here 2010 to now, up to the Brexit position, they all got a personal letter from the Home Office saying, you can stay here, you can get your status regulated. They're actually benefiting from the Windrush by getting they got free status application. Well, our parents were still paying 50,500 or whatever it was, 5,000 at the last count. That now, because of them, we're now getting it free. But it should be the other way around because they're claiming on the Windrush scandal. They're claiming on that. So they're getting a letter saying, come to the Home Office and regulate your process. The Home Office needs to write to all the Caribbean people that came during that period that we've established. Write to them and say, do you know that there's a scheme? Do you know that things have changed? And this is something that you need to be aware of. We're doing work for free for all of these people.
When we meet the commission,
we're going to be the commissioner. You're not applying for the job because you should be. And you, no, it does not about giving it to you. You're the most qualified people in the scheme of things.
Because part of the conversation we're going to have related. But when the commissioner is appointed, I want that exact wording that you just said to go to the commission. Because we're doing the work that the Home Office should be doing.
And the minister.
So we want that. We have suggested quarterly meeting with the commission. We've suggested it. Now, whether or not they adopt that and say, yes, we will do it.
She needs to see us every day.
No, we will get much done to see us every day. But it's a good point. So, well stated. And we will repeat that when the commissioner is informed. Very good. Can I just say this? And you just raised a couple of points that a lot of people probably not aware. The Home Office produced data of people who applied to the scheme, and they put the country and the number of applicants to the scheme. And if you look at the data, you will find that the EU national is almost 5,000, yes, who have used the scheme to rectify their status after Brexit. Yeah, fine, no problem. The next grouping below is Jamaica. And if you look at the data, just about 3,120 something people who have applied. As you go down to all the other, don't forget there's 65 countries in total. No. Windrush affects 65 countries. The 54 Commonwealth plus overseas territories, 65 in total. And we have the flags of all of them for people to identify those countries. As you go down the list of countries, you will see Bangladesh, 160, India, 120. You'll see the numbers start to go down. And as you go down right through, at the bottom, it says the rest of the world in the number. Okay? So what that is telling us, that the people that is affected by Windrush are not applying to the scheme. Now, we don't know all the reasons why they're not applying. We know some of the reasons, but we don't know all the reasons. Complication, yes, is one, with the application process. Literacy and numeracy could be another one. There's loads of different, learning disability, loads of different issues. What we're saying to people, even if you have those issues, get help. and apply to the scheme rather than not apply. That's what we're saying to people. We're saying that. The Home Office is not saying that. We're saying that to the public. What we would like to see is more people coming forward to make applications. And here's the other issue. So Windrush is global. So we expect people from outside the UK to be making applications in Nigeria, in Ghana, in Sierra Leone, in Kenya, all those people. We expect, but the difficulty is they haven't got the information. They don't know what to do. We've had a number of sessions with some African countries who didn't even know that Windrush was their experience because they saw Windrush as a Caribbean ship, people coming off the original ship. So we're having to keep reinforcing the message that Windrush is global. And look at the 65 countries. If your country is listed, you. And let me say this, there are more African countries being impacted by Windrush than Caribbean. I've counted them all out. But who's reaching out to those countries? There's another issue for the commissioner when we get to meet the commissioner. So, you can understand why the numbers are what they are in the UK, but we're concerned of people locked out of the UK that cannot return because they left the UK for more than 2 years. And the 1971 Immigration Act, Act of 73, said 2 years was the maximum you could be away from the UK. However, the EU national could be away for 5 years, they can be away and return. 5 years. We've challenged Home Office over that. Still waiting for that. So 2 years for Commonwealth, 5 years for EU national. That's long. So what that tells us, that the Windrush compensation scheme discriminates. It's designed that way. And people are experiencing all those barriers with the scheme to prevent people from applying for the scheme. However, we have organizations that is out there helping people with application. And one such organization is the Windrush Justice Clinic. And we have a number of Windrush Justice Clinics around. We have a representative here who's going to say something about the work of the Windrush Justice Clinic. What is it they do in terms of helping and supporting individuals with their application, and the other work that they're doing, working with us strategically to deal with some of the issues that we are concerned that the Home Office and the government need to address. Samira, please.
Hi, my name is Samira Kamagoki. I'm the support project coordinator in Provision Organization, which is one of the parts of the Windrush Justice Clinic. Our fundamental act, I should say, our purpose of the Windrush Justice Clinic is to liaise survivors and those impacted by the Windrush scandal directly with free legal and emotional well-being. We have a number of partners from universities. Can I list them all when I miss any? So we have universities, we have law clinics, and we also have legal groups and pro bono groups to support us as well. One of the things that we have seen from our establishment in 2020 is that the need for legal support alongside cases, specifically cases which have gone to review. This was then reinforced by our judicial review in 2020, last year, yeah, our initial judicial review, which was even though we were unsuccessful in the initial establishment of it, which was to ask for legal aid throughout the whole scheme, it was identified by the defence in it that anybody who then goes to tier 1 or up above would require legal aid for the scheme. So that's our next prepping for our next judicial review. Our whole aspect is the fact that fundamentally the scheme is dealing with your immigration. When you're dealing with immigration, this is a legal issue, so therefore you should have legal support. So therefore we support our clients on that. Within Claudia Jones, we provide emotional well-being support. We understand that the process of this whole scheme is extremely re-traumatizing for clients and their families. So with that, we try to embed emotional well-being services into our delivery. The uptake of that isn't as popular as we would like, because we found that people are so used to dealing with their trauma that they don't wish to take it out. Another aspect which is developed from our legal casework on top of with the universities is that we developed a number of research based on the data that we have collated from our legal cases. The research has led to a number of reports. Most recently, we released our Time for Justice report, which I can send around. But we've also supported a number of different reports and given information. We promote the AGK report. And with this report, we're also collating impact statements directly from states and case studies directly from clients. This has led to the development of an inquiry, which will be our next step. Now, we know that it is up to the government to call a statutory inquiry. We can only influence in them in us. However, one of the things that we have consistently seen between the governments, even in the exchange of governments, is the consistent ignoring of the victims and it not being community and victim centered. When us collating the evidence from the victims, they are fundamentally asking for a statutory inquiry or an inquiry. Our process that we started looking at different forms of inquiries, so whether it be a truth commission, but we landed centering around of a people's inquiry, so in that process at the moment. And we're in the process of creating a model which, again, is victim-centered, but also that the government can emulate and take in their own inquiry. Because we've seen with government statutory inquiries, they're very timely, which is one thing that the victims have said that they categorically are against. A lot drawn out. Yeah, 7 for Grenfell. So and then Hillsborough decades. So we're in the process of creating a model which is timely and also has legislative power for the victims, so that where the Windrush is at the moment, we are still able to take on cases, although we do often meet a legal capacity measure, because we are generally managing cases that are tier 2 and above. These cases are extremely timely. If you see, on average, I think ARE put it in their report, and this is average, minimum of 20 to 40 hours per case. Whereas I believe We Are Digital is only offering 10, if that. So we're already seeing like a completely 100% development of what ARE is offering, and hence why we are still pushing for the manifesto power of supplying legal aid for the client. So yeah, that's me. If you ever need contact Gary or any of ourselves, we have our website, which is windrush.jc.org, and all of our partner information is on there.
Thank you for that, Bear. It's just for people to know that work is being done, even though the capacity is a massive issue, but work is still being done to support some people. And we would like to have far more clinics but we're in the development. Now in Liverpool, we've done one better, because what we've done in Liverpool, we actually are working with the largest pro bono clinic in Europe. That's Liverpool John Moore University Clinic.
Yeah, they also work with chronic cancer.
Which gives us a massive scope. And it doesn't matter where you are in the country. It doesn't matter where you are in the country, you can use that service. Yeah? But clearly, we still need more.
We also are in the process. It was identified by LRE there are some demographic gaps, specifically within the UK. So Liverpool was identified. Scotland was also another one, Northamptonshire. But we are in the process of developing Bristol in the moment with University of West England and the Black Bristol Social Network.
Yes, I know that.
Yes. So one of the things that we are looking into is that there are definitely demographic gaps, and we are trying to be able to, alongside ARE, is create collaborative work. So it's not just like a London service going in, supporting in these areas, actually building up the development of the support in these areas, so they know how to effectively support the community, and rather than us just being London.
Scotland is a big, is a big place. So you've got east, west, north, and south, and the geographic area is
quite large, and there is gaps in London, but there's also demographic gaps in London. So, like for example, we can see that we have like support in South London. There's Southwark Law Centre, LSBU, King's College. That's all kind of centred around South London. Whereas in Northwest London, there's gaps.
Yeah.
So there are definitely still in London development, but we are still more saturated with support in London than there is externally.
Thank you. And of course, just for your public information, the new government have stated publicly they've injected 1.5 million into Windrush, yes, and I've had the question directly as to how that money would be delivered. Going to be down to the commission who will manage. Okay? So the 1.5 billion is expected will support some advocacy. But again, we haven't got a definitive on that. But that was what the Home Secretary had reported to us in Brixton. And second thing the Home Secretary reported to us, that they re-established the Windrush unit that was disbanded by the previous Home Secretary, Suella Braga. That's been re-established. Now, I have written to the minister to ask about that unit and what that unit is actually doing. And we spoke about it at our meeting last few days ago. And I now have a meeting with the head of that unit coming up to tell me all about what the unit is doing or what the vision of the unit will be. So I'll be able to feed that back appropriately. Now,
so can I just note, you said something about a clinic based in Liverpool?
Yes. So the law, Liverpool Advocates for Windrush. I've got leaflet and flyers here. Liverpool Advocates for Windrush is a project between Liverpool John Moore Law Clinic and Law, which is the organization supporting. So we now have access to not just the Law Clinic previously didn't deal with immigration. They deal with family law, they deal with employment, they deal with all the other stuff. So we did some training with them, right? And now they're in a position now to take on casework. They now understand. So myself and Tanika, we've delivered the training for the staff at the university. So they have capacity now to actually start doing some work, which means if a client come into the clinic with a family issue, they can deal with it as well as the immigration Windrush issue. So we now have one place where people can. Now, I mentioned this is the hard copy of Action for Race Equality Manifesto. This was presented to ministers, yes, at the launch, and it's been circulated to a number of different organizations. Inside this document is all the things that we're asking. You can read it online, download the PDF. This is the hard copy. Liz?
Yeah, so the other thing that we've been discussing, we've been working in different communities, but we need to do more with Roland kind of came last to the community events of the Liberation Day.
Yeah.
Isn't the same as Liberation Day. But anyway, you know, if we don't work in those groups and set people and advocacy, you know, they're starting to get aware of it.
Yes.
Friday, there was a patient from Liz who was, he said he felt so alone. He just felt so alone because he was trapped in the same way. And none of the other agents were talking about it either. Doesn't mean that they weren't impacted.
Yeah.
But it was for them this shame. And it's a shame in all this revealing, even with the people that we spoke to first of March, coming back to them, they're very reluctant to share this story, very reluctant to write anything, and they only want to write. So, you know, in the same with the Jones and yourself, that's what we, and but it will take time and emotional time as well.
Yeah.
We have to support each other.
Absolutely.
But this is all work that we're without any financial.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we must keep emphasizing, because I know out there people think because we're doing this work, we're being paid for this work. And people are saying, oh, well, you know, they're being paid, they're doing all this. It's for nothing. All our travel, we pay ourselves. I live in the north of England. So my train fare is almost £100 coming down. So we cover all our costs ourselves. And the Home Office have never given us any funding to do this work. I think once we asked for some refreshment, or we got some refreshment money for one event. That was. Let me just get back to this point about organization and support. So you've just heard from Windrush Justice Clinic. I want to pick up now on Age UK, because Age UK produced a report also, and that report was circulated at a meeting that we held in the House of Commons, and that report is still valid. Now, it's important for us to understand the cohort, because you would expect Age UK will not be dealing with 20-year-olds, they'll be dealing with older people, right? But in many places, I can tell you from my experience in the North, Age UK is all white, there's no black people using that service. But in London, it's slightly different, right? So could you just say a little bit about, you know, your report and the work that Age UK is doing?
Yeah, sure. So everyone, I do so this is my colleague Sarah, who is external faculty. So yes, we so basically, yes, thank you very much for inviting us to be. One of the things that we believe is really important of our work for people is really to support fantastic work with other organisations and ourselves and try to amplify those where we have similar networks. year ago, we released this report, which is highlighted as many others that need to improve conversations in various different ways, so that people can get the conversation quickly, especially with older people that time is limited. And we know this people aren't getting enough into our book covers a range of different issues, but one issue that I want to just touch on is our work around pensions. So one thing we've been working on is trying to get private educational pensions included in compensation. That's something that will be included, and we know that many people have to withdraw their pensions early or the job you're in employment contributions or the investment returns from the pension. That will then impact it all the way further on so we're pleased to see that the government announced that they're going to inclusion of private earlier this year. And we met with Home Office in December. You have done quite a bit of work on the sort of main pension that people thought that I won't get just but it's good to see that there's been some real thinking and progress around what is, I think, a technical and complex area. I don't know at the moment what the situation is that way. I'm going to try and follow up on my timeline around that. So that's one of the things that we're working on. And then, yes, I guess with older people generally see, apart from all of the issues of trust, there's obviously issues around losing kind of ability to make an application easily and having information and data as well. If those kinds, we do have, as we said, we do have a network. Yeah. We have a lot of local education. Other information clinics, I'm really happy to get in touch with our network as well.
Yeah, and to be fair, you know, this work is so important, not just in London, but everywhere. And right at the beginning of this scandal, when contract was being given up, citizen advice so wanted to get a contract. No black people go into citizen advice and use the service anyway. So it's like, well, we're wasting your time. However, I think we've moved on with it. So, you know, commendable to you for the report and what you're doing and your networking. This is the important thing, the network with other organizations. And sometimes, and this is the reality, when you see an organization which is all white, if there is no black face, people will just pass the organization, pretend they don't see it, right? So the organization should reflect some diversity. And even if it's a volunteer coming in to support you, whatever, you know, people come, they should see, you know, different faces. Yeah, and they feel a bit more comfortable. That's very important. And the organization that you're working with, I know they're diverse. So again, you're doing the right. 1 minute later, I just wanted to just finish on this, and then quickly, because of time, we're going to come to this lady here, because I want her to say something, just to introduce herself and say something about her.
So I'm Lisa Smart. I'm the Home Affairs person. And one of the first questions I asked, that role means that I get to ask the Home Secretary questions in the Chamber of Commons. Yes. One of the first questions I asked was about the Windrush family. Yes. And about the progress that the Home Secretary had laid out that she planned to make before the election, and it's gone rather quiet. So I asked about the progress that she's made. She made some what I felt at the time were hopeful comments rather than specific, and I know that these will take place in some more progress What I'm keen to hear from this group here, who is far more expert than I will ever be, is how I can be more.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Don't
worry.
Because it is a national scandal, bring shame, and I think the Home Secretary has expressed that very clearly, that she thinks.
Yeah, also Laura have expressed that very clearly.
And I've spoken about Benjamin on this, but of course, he's a strong voice on this. I wrote most recently to the Home Secretary to ask about the commission, because I think the need for a commissioner is very clear. There has not been the specificity that I think I've heard that echoed in your comment, and I have yet to receive a response to that. And I'm going to have to vote at some point in the near future.
Lots going on out here
tonight. So I'm going to. It's Lisa Smart, and I would encourage you to write
to me
with specific things that I can push on. Because I'm not the government, I think that take a different approach to what some of the other people who supported the work. I can make more.
What's your constituency?
It's Hazel Grove.
Hazel Grove. Oh yes, the Stockport.
Stockport, exactly.
I know the area.
There are not many Windrush descendants families in my constituency.
They're more in Greater Manchester.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. This is a scandal for the whole country. Lessons must be learned from it and not repeated. And one of the ways we learn lessons from it is to make things as right as they can be. There are some wrongs that cannot be righted because the people affected are no longer with us. But there is work that must be done on that case, exactly in the way you described. So please use me. I'm very happy to test with myself.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is part of my job. And this is something that I think actually the government wants to be held.
Have we lost sound?
It's because the mic's over there.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes.
And where there's a whole area support that together. So that is what we don't lack. That requires all of these kind of aspects of
Again, we, you know, the restoration, we've got luckily we've got
the areas exactly. So they are. So they would act as
forward. Just sit and have on over, you know, and talk about okay, see the
So you're both right, and no, it doesn't at all. There are many ways, many things about this place that I would change. More people being interested in seeing things out. It's one of the things save time and taxpayer money. So I'm with that. I think you're right. So your point about APPGs is having formally treated here. And it's somebody that secretariat is important because there are 423 things in my inbox to fix and injustices that I want to write. And as the Home Affairs spokesperson for the Lib Dem, I get a certain number of questions I can ask, points I can make, fights I can fight. Some of it is about giving me I don't like really using violent things, but it's giving me the ammunition that I can then fire.
Ammunition is a good word.
The very soft, I don't know, rubber that I can fire.
Yeah.
Rubber bullets.
Rubber bullets.
I can't come back afterwards because I've got a train.
Okay, don't worry. Yeah.
Please tell me the specific things.
Yeah.
So whether it's an information, whether it's this problem, we cannot get this bit of information that we need. And I can't promise I can fix it, but I can promise.
No, that's excellent. Thank you very much for that offer, Lisa. Much appreciated. I will communicate this to you. Is this directed to Lisa?
Sounds like there's some specific. I'm not living for quite a while. Lot of optics in and also the specific commissioner will be scheme based on the offer. I'm not living at this point. They should be specific and they announce after Windrush. I will not be ready.
That was exactly
They
the
should
point.
be clear and concise what really makes the commission.
That was exactly the point.
Yeah. I was in a meeting as far as I'm concerned. They were in the water. The case where were being blamed for quite a bit of people. I'm not going to do that. Should be. I do not believe that. I believe that. I hope I will be wrong, but I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
So we just come to leave. If we do not get those specific, that means what we do.
So while Lisa just reaching out to go, come in and have a seat there. We were expecting a guest speaker. I'm going to jump in the seat a bit, and I'm going to ask Roland to say something before we go into the Q&A on the online. So the couple of requests coming from addressing to Justice Philip, to Age UK, and ourselves. We'll give the opportunity of people online to raise their. If Glenda arrive in between, or any MP will give them the kind of point. I'm just looking for time because we're 36. So, yes, well, yeah, so I should be going into Q&A now. Yes, but Roland, we're just going to just set the scene about the remit of the new commissioner. Now, the information is sitting on the Home Office.gov site. The job specification, I've looked at it, the specification is there, the role of the person will be doing, it's the panel that's being selected to actually go through these things with the person is also there. What we don't know is beyond the word that is written there as to what the commissioner should be achieving. We want to know from the community what is it that we want so that we can challenge the commissioner role. And it is clear that the commission will have to work with the community and stakeholders. There's no doubt. Yeah, otherwise, it's a waste of time. And the Home Secretary already committed to that. But what we don't know is how it's those processes. And Lisa, in October in Brixton, we suggested to the Home Secretary that the new commissioner should meet with the community campaigners and so forth quarterly. Someone said monthly, so no, that was quarterly. So that if there's an action, if the community has raised certain things, then we would expect to see the action for the next quarter. That's what it is.
Quarterly.
Yes, based on the region, because we had a conversation about this. Okay? So again, this person cannot just be an appointee, as a status. This person has to get involved, and this comes back to the remit of the Windrush unit. Now, the previous unit, when I looked up the information under the previous government, that unit was responsible for training, cultural things, doing all sorts of things in line with what Wendy Williams had recommended. So I'm thinking if they reinstate the unit, that will give the recommendation that they have. That's logical. I think that should be the starting. So the appointment will be in place in summer, probably June, July.
They said May the last day.
For the
Yeah, so because we had an ARE today.
Yeah.
So 18th of May is the last day for interviews. So that the final
shortlist and panel. Yeah.
So what is suggested is most likely going to be, because it will give them something to announce.
Yeah.
And it gives them a month basically from appointment. What I was was we have been collating all this data from the victims from different aspects, specifically about the reconstruction that piece where we have basically designed certain aspects of the role that we community and that survivors feel like that would be integral to the delivery of that. How would you suggest, or like how would we utilize you to be able to throw those or input those suggestions? We feel like, again, similar to what Roland was saying, that this person might just be a place, because even in the application, there's no definition of what the powers exactly who they sit underneath. Like, do they sit underneath Minister Seema?
Yeah.
Or like what exactly their structural placement? It's a job description which is very very blasé. It just says that you need to have some government work, you need to kind of be good for the community, but at the same time that really apply to a lot of people. And then also one of the other happens within with the manifesto was that alongside that was the development we put forward, which then directly liaises with that. Because again, we don't want an independent person who is speaking on behalf of survivors and communities. So how do we have these suggestions, we have these requests, how do we implement them, or how to transition them?
Get them to me. So I've just shared my email address, which is peter.mark@npm.parliament.uk. I would also encourage you to talk to ministers. It sounds like you're meeting ministers on a regular basis. They're not secret recommendations.
No.
So the ministers are the ones who design this, who will set up the structures, the governance. You're completely right that matters enormously. And how much power they have. How many tell them to do something that
and are you going to be independent? See, that was one of the questions I raised about independent.
But then how can you be independent if you're being paid by that?
Well,
so you
It's like being a judge.
I think you can. I think you can. I think the right person, you need somebody who's robust enough to stand up to influence. But I think you can. I think the right person can be. And I also like people, take people until they prove me otherwise. I like to think that they can do it. And please email me. I don't know what the format will be that I can rent it, but I will have a think to talk to my team and I will let you. But yeah.
Soft up, yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry,
just
It's just on the A6.
yeah.
JMI.
Yeah, Gemma, you. Yeah.
So I met with this week to find my patch. So I work with
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts on it. I don't know what next step I will take, but I will let you.
No, that's excellent.
I'm going to
Much appreciated. Yes, that's great. Thank you very much.
Just before you go, have you got a business card?
No, but I've shared.
No, I've got. Yeah, that's public. I can show it. Give it to you.
Lisa.smart.
Yeah. If you go to Stockport, is a Grove Ward, you'll find.
It's on the Parliament website.
Yeah.
Track you down there.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, it's now 6:46. And I want to go in. I want to go into the Q&A now, because we've had quite a bit of talking, and I want to hear what people on the Zoom listening to what we've said, and any specific question that they want to raise, either around the commissioner or anything to do with the strategic work that's been mentioned. It's now open question for those on Zoom, please. Now, can they hear me and see me, or?
Am I gonna speak prior to us going to Q&A?
Yeah. So what I'm going to do. 6:48. So if I bring in now, Roland, speak now, and then the Q&A can bring in all the people who have spoken in terms of questions. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for attending in the room as well as on Zoom. This rally was organized to discuss the remit, purpose, aim of the Windrush Commission. Prior to the election, we heard the Prime Minister made a number, the current Prime Minister, opposition leader then, made a number of utterances. He was not the only one. The Home Secretary as well, and others made utterances around reset to the Windrush scheme and putting those impacted those in the position they would have been had they not been wronged by the government primarily. I would like to say the government rather than the Home Office, because I'm after the view at the moment, there's a lot of passing the ball around and blaming the Home Office primarily. But we should not forget that the problems start within the walls of the House of Commons, and the Home Office is only doing what they're instructed to do somewhat by Parliament. I am of the view that is dishonest for the Prime Minister, current Home Secretary, Minister Seamer, etc., to give the impression in any way, shape, or form that is the Home Office why the Windrush generation's suffering is prolonging. Windrush generation suffering is prolonging primarily because Parliament and parliamentarians have not done what they should have done. From the offset of the scheme, from the inception of the scheme, it was evident, it was obvious, it was clear that the scheme as is would fail. I'm also of the view that it was designed deliberately so for the scheme to fail. For years, we have been saying, others have been saying, MPs have been saying that the scheme is not fit for purpose. We are past that stage now of saying the scheme is not fit for purpose. We are at the Windrush Commissioner stage. The Windrush Commissioner role has been announced. What I'm very disappointed about is that there's not more detail and more specific about the Windrush Commissioner remit and the aim of the purpose of the role, so to speak. Again, I'm of the view that is deliberately so by a number of those that I've mentioned, from the Prime Minister, Minister Seamer, and even Cooper, the current Home Secretary. I find it very challenging to believe that it is not deliberately so, because if they do not understand to the extent that the scheme is failing, then it's either they don't care or they don't want to care. I believe that they don't care. I believe the Windrush Commissioner's role, based on what I've seen so far, is going to be used to pacify the community. It's going to be used to play the optics game. Anything that I've said here today is what I believe based on past actions or inactions and evidence to a great extent. However, should I be proven wrong about what I've said and my mindset, then I will apologize. But I'm of the view at the moment that I will be given no reason. There will be no reason for me to apologize, because as we go on and as the commissioner get into their post and as we go along, it's going to be evident that from the get-go, the Windrush Commissioner role was just there to play the optics game and just to pacify the community. Had that not been the case, then the specifics would have been there. It would have been clear and concise what the role will be. It would have been clear and concise what the aim and the objectives are. I'm not the one that made the utterances prior to the election. I am not the one that gave the impression that we are willing to engage with the Windrush community, and we're going to do our utmost best to put it right. Let's not forget, when the scheme was launched, it was launched to put those wrongs back in the position they would have been had they not been wronged by the Home Office, had they not been wronged by the government. So how can we have a situation at the moment where the caseworkers are not even following the guidance note? It's basic, it's simple and straightforward. Follow the guidance note. Scheme is not perfect, we know that. Likewise, the guidance note is not that difficult to follow. It's the book of rules, so to speak, what the caseworkers, the decision makers should use to decide whether or not you're entitled to compensation. If we're talking about compensation, because there are two schemes, likewise status, or you're not. And if you're going to be compensated, what level you should be compensated at. If the caseworkers have been failing for years for so long, how is it the case that the minister, Seema, the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, or current Prime Minister, not the one before, current Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, is not aware that the scheme is desperately failing and the scheme as is being used to prolong the suffering of those individuals. I know there are many utterances within the community and outside as well, the Windrush community, advocates, etc., that we should start working on the prevention to avoid this happening again. I believe we should work on the cure forthwith. It's like having an accident, and while there are individuals they are bleeding out and struggling to breathe, you want to talk about redesigning roundabout. Those that are impacted, those that are living on £15 per week pension outside the UK or in the UK and sleeping in the back of a warehouse, the engagement I'm having with them, they are not particular. The prevention is not at the forefront of the mind. What they are interested in is fix, resolving the problem, getting them in their home, getting their pension increased, compensating them if they're outside the UK, getting their compensation to put them back the way they would have been financially, getting the status or whether it being returning the resident visa, etc. Resolved forthwith. We need that sense of urgency, and us as advocates that are putting ourselves forward to speak on these individuals, in many cases voiceless. We need to be clear and concise that we need the fix now, and we should not allow ourselves to be part of the pacification process. That is, as far as I'm concerned, and the optics scheme, as far as I'm concerned, is deliberate. And that is a route, as far as I'm seeing at the moment, with the Windrush Commission. That's the route that we're on at the moment, where the Windrush Commission is going to be placed there. There we got the Windrush Commission. Now, however, hold on. However, the things that need to be done, the action that needs to be taken, are not being taken, and we should not lose sight of those things. I'll pause it there for now. Obviously, I've got a lot more to say.
The people on the Zoom, and therefore, just to give you some facts from the manifesto, and the number would have gone up now. So when we did it back in June, there were 4,000 claims that's been rejected. 4,000, and we know there's more. That was back then when this was produced. We also know factually that in Sheffield, a lot of nil claim is coming out of Sheffield. And I had a conversation with Jack McKenzie. We don't understand why so many nil claims come out. That's something we need to look into. So the reality is that, fixing or resetting the scheme is urgent. There's no doubt about it. It is urgent. The only thing I disagree, I can't comment on the commissioner until I see him start to do something. Because I'm going to give him the opportunity to do something. So that is where me and Roland, I have to see what he's going to do in the first month or two of his post. Let me ask Paul to come in now, please. Can you hear me, Paul?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, I
can. You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Huh?
What are you using as a microphone?
Yes, I can hear you.
No, I think.
Can you hear me?
It's unmuted. Yeah, it's unmuted. See, the rest is red.
It's unmuted. There's no cross to the microphone. It's unmuted. The green is around my name.
Paul, yeah, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me? On my side, the audio is unmuted. This green. There's green around my name.
Paul, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can I take somebody else while Paul is trying to?
It's not Paul, it's him.
Look,
Here.
you can hear me.
I can hear the murmurings of him. So I can
Playing
hear
games,
something's
man.
going on.
Oh, so it's not
But
coming.
whatever
It's not
system
coming
this
through.
is set up.
You can hear me loud and clear. Of course, I can hear you.
Maybe if you've got your volume on and it's up, then turn it and let me try on this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, turn yours off first.
It's on.
That was the echo.
Game playing.
Okay, Paul, try now.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
Now you've
Just listened to.
Oh, just a bit.
Have you turned your volume to zero
Yes.
Please.
and to zero?
No, it's that. It's the microphone that blocked this.
My microphone, all the symbols set the screen.
Yeah, go ahead now.
Okay, Paul. You've been listening to the speakers.
Yeah.
Roland was the last speaker. Now we have Windrush Justice Clinic in the audience. We have Age UK in the audience.
I know who you have. I can hear you. I know you have.
Yes. Your question, could you direct it to any specific person or anyone in the room?
Well, I would direct my question, and whoever hears it can pick it up. Whoever can answer it.
Go ahead.
One of my questions is simply this: are there any veterans involved? Because I heard all these people who are involved with the Windrush, and I can't hear a single word from a veteran, i.e., an ex-serviceman or woman who's been there, who's been through the whole process, I believe, on which this whole idea is built, on service people. They were the ones who carried the brunt of it.
Yes. So
Let him.
So I don't seem to hear any representation from those people at all.
Right.
And another thing is, when we're talking about Windrush and Windrush compensation, the government does what it's like. We have to be forward in putting our case. And from what I can see, our case is put forward by people who have their own particular agenda. I do not see any agendas at all working with the people who are the victims of the Windrush atrocity. I'm very, very concerned about that. There are no veterans involved as far as I can tell, or as far as I can hear. Where are they?
Okay, let me try and respond to your question. So firstly, what Paul is saying about veteran, right? And this has come up before in our rallies, you know, that's a very specific group of people that people, in other words, people forget about them. And again, this is the role, this is what we keep saying, this is the responsibility of the Home Office. Veteran is only one group, there are other groups. And most of us who are doing this voluntary work, it's impossible for us to get to everybody that needed help on a voluntary basis. This is why we've made the case to the Home Secretary about this 1.5 million that has been injected to Windrush, how it will be used and how groups will be able to access that money to support other people. We yet to get a response to that. And it may well be that the commissioner will be the response coming down the line. That's my view. However, what I'm saying to you, Paul, that the veteran agenda is not forgotten and should not be forgotten. And we do have somebody in the room who is also from that community. Okay. Roland, would you like to respond to that?
Paul, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, there are a number of veterans involved.
Why am I getting an echo?
You got two devices.
Okay, hold on, phone. Call you two microphones. All right.
I'll use this one.
Paul, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you now. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there are a number of ex-service personnel involved in the Windrush community, so to speak, at different levels. Hopefully, this Windrush Commission will bring some focus to the ex-service personnel, and they will get some representation as to their cause and their struggles. I know there have been a number of issues with the ex-service personnel, not only themselves, but the family members, i.e., when they're serving abroad, i.e., out in Germany and elsewhere, when they want the partner,
No,
wife,
after
husband,
service
etc.,
aid in Malaysia
to
and
go
all
over to
those
Germany with them or wherever they're serving with the NATO forces. At that time, particularly, they had struggles, they had issues, and none of them were turned away when they should not. So hopefully, this will be part of the Windrush Commissioner's aim and purpose, so to speak. Hopefully, by then we'll have some clarity, and the commissioners.
I don't really understand what you're saying. What do you mean? Like, hopefully by then, I thought the whole idea of the Windrush, the troop carrying ship, the troop carrying ship that was full of ex-personnel. The majority of the people who came back on the Windrush were ex-personnel. Now, I went through a load of discrimination by various people who got away with actually discriminating against ex-service personnel. So I thought that it was underpinned by ex-service personnel because they were the ones who came on the Windrush. You know, so how come they're more or less put on the back burner? I really don't understand. I mean, it's like you're saying, well, hang on a minute. I think we'll do something about those people. I don't think it's good enough from you or the Home Office. I do not think it's good enough. I think it leaves a lot to be desired. And when you mention the Windrush, and you do not involve ex-personnel, ex-army personnel, I think you should call it something else. It is not the Windrush. Are you there, or have you gone quiet again? Everybody cut me off again. No, that's what happens when you've got people who've got their own bloody agenda. Hello?
Hello.
Being muted, not by myself, but by your end. Okay. What? It's being done at their end. Look. It's being done at their end. It's being done at their end. Look, I keep being
Wait a minute, Paul.
bloody game.
I'm just trying to get a comment from Windrush Justice Clinic.
Sorry, Paul. We haven't seen or developed a direct veterans group. What we've seen, in fact, we know that there's been a few similar to Age UK veterans come through. What we've seen, in fact, are veterans' children that we've seen more. Now, the descendants. Now, one of the issues, and it's primarily to do with post 1973, the 1981, because what happened is where you then took the citizenship of your mother. And a number of these soldiers weren't married, so they were having children in multiple places, and then but they also brought their families over from their countries, but they had not yet married because they had been deployed. And so what then their children have then got the status of their mother that at the time was not a British status. Even if they arrived on a British passport, they had not. So in fact, what we're seeing is that we need to promote more to the veteran descendants, because we know that there's quite a lot, like, in fact, first generation British who are children of veterans, and they have no status.
Okay, and also this is where our MP would come in, because this is very specific, that the veteran community need more support, and that's for the Home Office, not for us. You were just saying something before.
Oh, no, the question was the veterans, that World War II veterans or Falklands?
Veterans. Yeah. So, and the Falkland is British protective territory, so it's all part of the bigger picture. Let's not forget, Paul, we have got MPs offered to help and support the work we're doing, and this could be something very specific to our MP, both the one that's sponsored tonight and also the one that left the room, Lisa Smart from Lib Dem in Stockholm. So we will make sure veteran is on the agenda, and any conversation we have with the Home Office, we will make sure that is also on the agenda, so it can be minuted. We've brought it to their attention. They need to deal with it.
Is there, just in general, maybe, is there, like in America, they have that VA? Do we not have dedicated veterans group over here?
Yeah, British Legion would be.
So should we not then one of the arts, the British Legion, should have like their own Windrush responsibilities, because then they have a support system directly.
Yeah.
And but it's again, it's being pushed to the community,
yeah,
to be able to, when there is a direct support system. So does that mean us contacting the British Legion and possibly training whoever they train?
Yeah. I mean, we've again, but again, is it down to us?
No, but this is what I'm saying.
Yeah. We can actually suggest. Yeah. We don't want to be doing the work for them, but we need to identify there's a gap that need to be.
There are a number of active service volunteers as well.
Yes, because we've done talk to them. You've been down to Clapham and Brixton and give talk to.
There are groups that are quite ex-service persons. Also, they're volunteers. People are actively service.
Yes. Yes. Now. Yeah. Yes, Glenroy, can we come to you, please? 17 minutes now. We're going to finish at 7:30, so that's our time out of this room. Glenroy, can I take your point, please? Your question? Can you hear me?
Glenroy. Please, open your mic.
Try Glenroy now.
Can you hear me, Glenroy? He's unmuted because I don't see the.
He's muted when he unmuted.
It says mute there, doesn't it?
He's unmuted.
Glenroy, can you try again?
Glenroy, can you hear us?
I am unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but trying to get Glenroy. Hold on a
I
second.
know, yeah, but the thing is, I'm being constantly muted by your end.
We're not muted.
It's just the equipment at the moment.
What?
Glenroy wanted to.
Zoom is a very good program. It's got very good tools. It's used professionally by people. So I can't see when I unmute. I'm too slow.
Glenroy wanted to.
Go on, Glenroy. Please.
Please.
What?
He's talking about.
Glenroy, we can't hear you, so we have no idea.
Having issues, that's what he's saying.
Oh,
Could you put his question in?
yeah, just
Yeah,
type
just
it in,
type
please.
it in, please.
If we can get a response. See, this is one of the issues with the room that is not fully equipped, because the room 15 has the microphone, everything on it. And,
You can't see people typing. Please take the chat off the screen.
yeah. Okay, so
while we wait for connection,
I just want to try and identify a couple of points that we need to take directly to MPs for help. So veteran is one of those. And also in relation to the commissioner that spoke about, she asked specifically that she would try to find out a little bit more detail as to the role of this commissioner beyond what is written in the thing. So that's 2 points. We always try to leave at least 3 points, 3 action points.
She also said she would chase. There was supposed to be an independent panel went alongside the commissioner about it. Right. But that's disappeared. We haven't heard anything about that.
See the question.
So that would be nice if we have a chase of what's happening with that independent. Wouldn't it be better with at the same time? Yeah. Should they not be involved in whoever's involved in the hiring of that panel? Or should they also not be involved in the general panel? So I think
Gary, can I go to Glenroy's question, please?
Has he texted?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, meeting is now. Where's the question?
No, ignore that.
Sorry?
Yeah, but they
Where's the
would.
question?
Sorry, if you talk.
1 minute. Let me get Glenroy question. When will you get the name change from a ship for the whole?
Windrush scandal, call it the Home Office scandal.
Yeah, we rarely use that word Windrush scandal. We always refer to Home Office scandal. Other people quite happily just use that word, and we always challenge it every time. You know, because Windrush didn't make a scandal. You know, this all came about from the Home Office and the hostile environment. So, you know, it's good for us to be consistent with the language. And I know for a lot of people who don't understand it, go along with it. But for us, we need to be consistent with the language. And every opportunity we get, we will always refer to the Home Office scandal. And I will write to Minister Seaman for the Home Office to stop using the term Windrush scandal and say it as it is, the Home Office scandal, in their presentation. As they go around and engage, they should say in clearly, and that would at least address the major issue, because they're the one that has created this confusion. And many people say, oh, I can't be part of Windrush because I didn't come here on a ship. Well, I didn't come on a ship. I came on BOAC 1967, which is now British Airways. Yeah. And some people ride on water and come on the bicycle. It doesn't matter how you get here. The fact is, we're here. But also, at this point, it's good, Glenroy, to make this point. Africans do not like Windrush, the terminology Windrush. And that's why they say we're not part of Windrush, right? They've told me this directly. So again, we have to be careful the language we use. Like, if we want to bring people in, not to push them away, we need to use the appropriate language, both in print and in speech.
But it's also a lack of awareness from other.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, I have a son from Lloyd who didn't even realise that.
South Africa's part of it.
Yeah. One of the other things that we know they have Windrush to be able to like study like the whole city, make sure it's minimal. Earlier on, we did leave adopted. One of the things that we have to point out with the outreach is people
And that was the reason why we did a leaflet with the 65 countries, because people didn't know who these countries were and where they're from. But once we have the leaflet showing the country, they now know. Here we are. They now know the country. If your country is there, you're impacted by Windrush. Yeah. But before we did this, and before the Home Office started to include it in their presentation, nobody knew.
So can we have
The difficulty, the language will vary. So we got Windrush Day. That is very specific. It will vary, and according to our audience as well. Yeah. Yeah. One moment. Let me just finish it. So, according to our audience that we're talking to, because some people who don't understand, we have to do a bit more explanation. Explain to them what you're included in this. Yeah, what they may not want to be called, but you're included in this, the 65 countries. We didn't choose the name. We have no control over it. The same way how we describe as BAME or whatever, we didn't choose those names. So we only got 5 minutes remaining.
It's not just 65. Yes.
Yeah, but for the benefit of
you do not need to have what is saying really. 65 countries mean you've got a common background. Either it's your country or you're a descendant of that country. That's why you could have been born in the UK and the parent or grandparent came from a Commonwealth country and you'll be eligible at the time. But you don't need to have come from a Commonwealth country or have a Commonwealth background in order to be eligible and entitled to apply to the scheme. But you could have come from China.
Yeah.
And
the issue
is not
this.
Holland, which is not a Commonwealth country, and you still could be eligible and entitled. And in order to understand that, you need to have a better understanding of the scheme. That would apply when you're applying as a close family member.
Yeah,
because you could be a partner, you could be a partner or a cohabiting, a wife or a husband who has got that Commonwealth background or a Commonwealth connection, so to speak.
But you see, Roland is going into detail because on the Sunday chat, twice a month, this is what we go into. We go into detail of people who is eligible to apply to the scheme, primary claimant, close family claimant, and deceased. I didn't want to bring that conversation here because we have a separate platform for those conversations specifically to help people with identifying, yes, you're eligible, you need some help to make the application. We do that on a separate platform twice a month. Here, we're challenging the government and we're bringing attention to the MPs who are part of Parliament that we need changes. That's why we have these bi-monthly rallies for that purpose. And as I said, out of each rally, there's some action that the MP wants. What can I do with this? So we already identified 3 actions, and that will go to the MP that we want to help and support those 3 actions. So, we've got 1 minute. No, yeah, I think.
It's too far back. It's too far back. And the same with what they said, the day that you came from Nigeria.
The only people who then will be
So what I'm going to do, that conversation, we're going to finish it. We can have that conversation on our way out or through contact. I don't want to go over the time because
Can I just say something?
it's 7:29. I want to finish on time so that they say we haven't gone over time.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, just quickly, 30 seconds, please.
With pension, if we're doing that,
Yeah.
you have worked in the UK, worked in the UK.
Listen to the point.
If you've worked in the UK, make the pension application. State pension I'm talking about. What they may come up and say to you, well, if you have not got enough time, you've not met the minimum threshold, which would make you entitled to a pension. Then you would ask them to give you a breakdown. How did they arrive at that? And they'll have a detailed footprint of the amount of time you worked.
actually you can go online.
Yeah.
Put I think it's your national insurance number, and it will tell you straight away
Yes, it does.
how many years pension
Yes.
contribution has
It does.
been paid in, whether it's a full year or not, and then there's numbers going to try and find out what
Yeah.
that's about.
And Martin Lewis has just recently said to people, if there's any missing years, you have till 1st of April to make that claim. If there are missing years in your contribution.
Judy, do you need to have an online government account, gateway account?
I can't remember, but you can set that up straight away.
So what I'm going to do now, let me just say to everybody, so that brings us to the conclusion of our rally. I'm sorry the audio hasn't been, 100%. It's because we're in a room that was the last minute change to the original room 15 that had all the necessary equipment, etc. So I do apologize. Lots are going on in Parliament today and the whole of the week. MPs are being asked to stay on until 10 o'clock tonight. There's so many committees to be voted on. And that is why even our sponsor MP could not come in because he's working till 10 o'clock tonight. So thank you very much for coming. And, we will let you know the next one is May. I haven't agreed a date yet because subject to the MP available for that date. That will be published on the Eventbrite platform. So we're hoping to be back into the main building in May. This is the first time I've been in this building. Yes, I don't like it. I don't like it. None of us like it. Thank you, Judy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.